everybody, welcome back. My name's Enigma. I'm a variety streamer, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and YouTube. Hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday to ya. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're doing great. I'm still drinking Sprite. I wish it was a Coke, but I'm going to go to the store after today, after I'm done streaming, and get something to make for dinner for Desi, and have a feeling I'm going to go to Aldi, and their generic Coke is actually pretty decent, so I'll probably get that. Anyway, that's not the point. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're staying warm. Hope you're staying safe. Hope you're staying dry. Here in, I know that I complain about the weather outside of Chicago here, but it's been cold, very bitterly cold, but as far as snow goes, it hasn't been that bad. As we get started today, go ahead and smash that follow button on your way in, okay? That's Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and subscription on YouTube. If you're on Rumble and YouTube, smashing that like, letting people know I'm here with comments, sharing my stuff really helps me out. It would really mean a lot to me to have your support. And I'm doing my best, guys. Gotta do my best. So we are doing we're doing the work here. We're doing the work. Am I following Optimus Dam? I am. Good. So all it takes, guys, is for smashing that like and follow button on all those things. It really helps me out. We're playing good old-fashioned Dragon Quest II HD Remake. I say good old-fashioned. It's only been out. The remake's only been out for a couple of months. But we've been on a Dragon Quest kick lately. So here we are. Let me unmute the game so we can. There we are. Oh, already a fight. But you know, do what you can to help me. I'd appreciate it. I really would. And but we're doing Dragon Quest II HD Remake. If Dragon Quest looks like some other game that you've played, it probably does. It inspired it, because Dragon Quest was it wasn't the first, but it damn sure was one of the first JRPGs, and it was the first really to hit it big in Japan. So make sure I'm looking. Okay, I am. It hit really big in Japan. So any JRPG that you play now, including those with the words Final and Fantasy in them, or Fantasy and Star, or Tales, or Persona, has borrowed something directly from Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest has been around a long time, for about 40 years now, and its impact on the industry cannot be denied. Of course, if these character designs look a little familiar to you, it's probably because you're a Dragon Ball fan, or you played Chrono Trigger, because all the artwork in this game was done by the late, great Akira Toriyama. So, cool stuff there, guys. Very cool stuff there. Alright, so here we are, going through the game. We're still pretty early. At least I think we are. They did release Dragon Quest 1 and 2 together in one package, probably because they're shorter games, but one thing that I am definitely fond about with Dragon Quest is the fact that they give you your money's worth. We played Dragon Quest 11 right before we started playing this, and holy crap, guys, that was 140 hours almost we put into that game before we completed the main game and the epilogue to it. Definitely in favor of long ass games like that. Looking forward to doing more Dragon Quest as well. We still have Dragon Quest 3 HD Remake I've not streamed yet, and can't forget also that the next week will be Dragon Quest 7 Remake, which I am really excited for, just simply because the time it came out, it didn't do very well, as far as I know. I'm sure it did in Japan, because it always does well in Japan, but it wasn't my favorite RPG at the time. It was on the PlayStation 1, so I'm glad that they're going back and redoing it. If you don't know, and you're looking for Dragon Quest 7 on the PlayStation, look up Dragon Warrior 7 if you're outside of Japan, and you will find it, because that's what it was called before here in the West, before it became what it is now. It's always been Dragon Quest in Japan, but it was Dragon Warrior up until Dragon Quest 8 came out here, the Journey of the Cursed King, which I wish they would release on modern consoles and such, because it would be something really fun game to stream. It's one of my favorites of the entire series. If for no other reason, but it's the fact that the Cursed King he's a funny dude, so I really enjoy that. Oh, you know what? I want to explore a little bit before we move on with the story. So just like any other JRPG that you've probably ever played, there are it's basically predicated on two things. First of all, your experience level is very important. Unlike Final Fantasy and unlike a lot of other JRPGs, it's kind of hard to break Dragon Quest games. They don't really get broken. They tend to be very modest with their numbers and things of that nature. Like, you're not going to hit for 9,999 points. I was actually shocked in Dragon Quest XI when I was doing special attacks that were hit it for over 1,000. I was actually kind of shocked that I was not kind of, I was shocked to see that. Because it's just not something that Dragon Quest hangs its hat on. So, that all being said, experience points and levels up are insanely important. And then it's also money. This basically kind of wrote the book on getting to a new town, seeing what the town has to offer as far as weapons and armor, going out and grinding. See, it's a good thing we're exploring. I see a freebie up there. Going out into the wilderness and hunting so you can get money, and with that money you buy the better weapons and armor before you move on to the next town. That's basically how Dragon Quest has worked for 40 years and how it still works to this day as far as I know. Dragon Quest XII is coming out. We don't know exactly when, but it will be coming out sometime in the near future. The only thing that concerns me about it at this point is the fact that we did have the unfortunate passing of Akira Toriyama. And that means the artwork is kind of up in the air. We don't know if he completed his work before he passed. We don't know if they're going to go with someone to kind of emulate his work, which I hope they do. Because the look, while I am not a huge fan of Toriyama's artwork, I am a fan of the aesthetic that he creates with his stuff. And to go back now and try to change the way the game looks, ask Diablo how that worked out for them. You know what I mean? It would be very, it would be a hard sell for a lot of Dragon Quest fans. Is my point. And Dragon Quest is massive in Japan. I cannot. Massive with a capital massive. Like every word, every letter of the word massive needs to be capitalized for how big Dragon Quest is in Japan. It's I don't know if it's bigger than Pokemon, but it's very much in that vein. In fact, for a long time, I was under the impression, I had heard, and this isn't anything, I'm not speaking out of school when I say this, that... What do we got here? Stone hard hat. I already got one of those, I think, or better than that. The word on the street is that Japan had passed a law to actually make it only legal for Dragon Quest to be released on Sundays in Japan, due to how big of a series it was. Ooh. I said interact and I completely missed it. We're going back and get that. It was so big. It's so big that they still to this day only release it on Sundays. There's no law passed. That was an urban legend, but they only release Dragon Quest on Sundays due to the fact that if that's the day that the Japanese have off. Like a lot of the Japanese folks have off of work. So if they release it like on a Monday or a Tuesday or whatever, seat of agility, they would people would call in sick to work and not show up because they wanted to play Dragon Quest. I wish I was kidding about that. I am not. I've been over here. So, don't kid yourself when it comes to the success of a game like this, and due to the success is why we see so many games that emulate it in some way or another. The turn-based combat, the way things work, every JRPG that's come out of Japan is influenced by Dragon Quest in some way, and I guarantee you that some of the ones that we get over here that are developed in the West take things away from Dragon Quest due to how influential the game was. I remember my very first role-playing game I ever played was Dragon Warrior, which was the very first Dragon Quest on the Nintendo. Let me see what that was. You attack him, you attack him. There we are. So yeah, very big deal. Dragon Quest is a very big deal in Japan. I don't know if it's still as big as it used to be, though. Now that I think about it. Because they try to release games worldwide on the same day now, and Dragon Quest is now a big enough series worldwide that they do release them here. We did get 11. We didn't get 10 because it's an MMO, and they didn't feel the need to bring that out here. I want to go over there. Okay. So I don't know if it's still as big of a deal as it was, but pretty big deal, and it's still a pretty big deal, and it's so influential. I mean, even if you look at, I'll say something out of school here, that Pokemon borrows from Dragon Quest. Of course it does. Any turn-based combat game that comes out of Japan has somehow or another been influenced by the success of Dragon Quest. So what we're doing is we're gonna go continue with the story, but in this game they've made little freebies all over the place, and you need to explore for those, and it actually helps you with the grind. If you're looking for little freebies across the world, that actually helps you with the fact that you're gonna fight stuff and grind a little bit and get yourself some experience and money that'll save you from having to do the capital G kind of grind outside of a town when we get over there to a new town. Down! Group of enemies is defeated. And there's a level up. Strength goes way up there. 5 points. That's good. Glad to see that. I don't know if there's any goodies over here or not, but we're looking. See any goodies over there. Let's check out down here. I might have already checked this, but we're looking. Okay, I hadn't checked this one out, so there's another chest. And then mini metal. All right, mini metals are little collectible goodies that are all over the world, and they'll be cashed in for goodies at a mini metal palace or somewhere where we'll find it. So it's a good thing we came over here, because I would have missed that. And I think I see something up there now. Let's have to look. No, I don't see anything. I thought I did. My imagination. Or is it? So Dragon Quest also is a game with evolution in it. When we beat Dragon Quest 11, they actually did a nice little, during the credits, a nice little playthrough, not a playthrough, but an evolution of how they've gone from the very first game to where 11 ended, which was the last in the series to this point. And it was cool to see, like, in the first game, you only had the main character. There's one character. In the second game, the evolution of the game was we have 3 characters. We have 3 characters in this one. In the next game, we'll have the ability to make our own characters and have, pardon me, a party of 4. In the fifth game, in the fourth game, they have pre-made characters where each one has their own story, and it's actually kind of cool the way that that works. I'm kind of surprised I haven't gone back and done that. 5 and 6 were on the Super Nintendo. You know, the evolution there, especially 6, the evolution of graphics were just amazing. And then when we got to like Dragon Quest 8, and you know, then it was on the PlayStation 2. A lot of cool stuff they did on the PlayStation 2. You know, and then we got to 11, where it was like, this is a high-end Dragon Quest game that is made for on modern consoles. And I'm looking forward to see what they do with 12. I really am. I think 12, they are they're working really hard on it. I know they're going to do a great job with it. Luckily, Yuji Horii is still steering the ship. And I think that's going to be what's really going to keep it going to where it is. Not that, I mean, the Dragon Quest 3 remake, HD remake, they released 2024. They did a great job with, but it also ended up probably being, from what I understand, the linchpin that cost a lot of Western developers here for Square Enix their jobs, because they did a lot of kind of dumb things, you know, where we can't have body type, we can't have male or female. It was body type A and body type B, and I think that ended up kind of souring the Japanese on what's going on, and I don't know if let's see. Okay, there's one down. Take it. That's good. Da 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 da. Welcome back, Alucard. Hope work's going okay for you, brother. But we do know that's kind of what's been happening. Like I said, Square Enix. Ooh, that hurt. Of Japan has recently laid off a whole bunch of their Western developers and localizers, and a lot of that probably has to do with, I hate to use the word politics, but I'm going to use the word politics because it's kind of what happened. Is you start pushing agendas on traditional things like Dragon Quest, and eyebrows get raised. So. You're at home. Did you not work today, or did they give you the day off, or what? Oh, okay. Hey, nothing wrong with that. That's your time, brother. Okay, there's no way I'm going to be able to do this in one turn. Get yourself some, You got a shift on Saturday then. Okay. Hey, as long as, you get what you need out of it, brother. Okay. Okay. So we have a cave. State thy purpose. Now, you're in a position though where you're. I don't think can anyone just swap with you. I mean, because you've got a lot of responsibilities. All right, so they're saying that the fiends grow fierce here. So let's check out our pointy hat. Pointy hat is better than a stone hard hat. Okay. What about the top hat? The top hat's even better. So I can't equip anything but that. That's true. Oh, okay. Staff of Anti-Magic is actually better than the sword. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to sell a couple of things. Actually, we're not, just in case we die. Nothing else here. Oh, there's a pot. A mini metal. Good thing we got that. You are the man. You are the man. That is for certain. Magic water. And it looks like this is interesting. Alright. Let's do a quick little safety save. Yeah, that's how I always was. You got your schedule, you work, and you go home. That's how I always was when I was doing that. Okay, so now we're nothing else to do in the cave, but we have this. They want us to go up there. Looks like there's something there, and that's it. They're not giving us much room to play with, but these should be stronger monsters. Oh, we have chimeras. Okay. Ooh, that hurt. Hey, I like it when we level up. And she was the one that got nailed too, so she gets all of her stuff back. Gave up at Dracula, huh? Did anyone tell him to use the holy water? That's the one to use in Castlevania 1. Holy water stunlocks everything. Due to spoilers. Someone tell him to use the holy water. Holy water is the shit. That is the item in Castlevania 1. Now I know that there are folks out there who can do it without the holy water. I am not one of... Alucard's probably one of those people, but Enigma is not. Hey, awesome. He called you out for helping. That's just so... Don't help him! Let him die on his own! You dirty rat. You killed my brother. I'm gonna play through every Castlevania game. Gets to the final boss of the first one. This is too hard! I can't do it! He wouldn't have been ready for the ass beating he would have taken in 3 then. That's for damn sure. 3. That's true. He's a traveling merchant, got nothing to sell. Oh, there's... Okay. Someone's collecting trinkets. Sounds like our guy with the, Nope, there's a little bonus item. Ooh, oh. Okay, this is gonna be, something. Those iron scorpions are usually pretty tough. Ow! Oh yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's a rage quit. Trust me, as someone who has raged quit a million times in NES games, you guys just have really no idea how the worst feeling in the world... Turban. Silk apron. The worst feeling in the world. Silk robe. None of that's any good. Turban. That is good. Is, sorry, I'm reading. My mistake. Sparring suit. Unclosed. The worst feeling in the world is when you're playing an old NES game on the original hardware where there's no continues and stuff like that, and you get to, basically you get to the boss or the final boss, and you're like, oh, I'm almost there, and just as you think you're about to do it, you get whipped, and you have to start all the way over, and it's like the worst feeling ever. Yeah. Well, I used to, the last time I really stayed up overnight to playing a game was that I did on purpose. Now I realized that in September I stayed up too late playing Borderlands 4 when it came out. But the last time I stayed up on purpose to play a game, I was playing Chrono Trigger back in the mid '90s, and I lived in a little town called Conway, or a town Conway, Arkansas. It was actually a very big town for Arkansas, and I was playing Chrono Trigger. I looked at the clock, and it was Saturday night. Exactly. It was Saturday night, and I'm sitting there, and I'm playing Chrono Trigger, and I look at the clock, and I go, Serpent Sword. Ooh, look at this. I looked at the clock, and I was like, oh, there's no way. Okay, we're going to have to grind here a little bit. I'm going to be able to go to bed, because it was like 4 in the morning. I had to be up at 9 so I could go to work in Little Rock the next day on Sunday. I was working retail at that point. And basically ended up not going to bed. And driving to work was fine. But that drive home, I tell you, was brutal. Yeah, exactly. But I was enjoying Chrono Trigger, you know? White shield, look at all that shit. Okay, that's better. Yeah, there was a lot of games back then that were valid excuses, but I should not have done it. On the way home, driving home from Little Rock, which is about a half hour from Conway, I was struggling. It was a big struggle for me to get home that day. There we go. All right. New weapons, new armor, new shields. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Uh... 160 coin. Seed of Life. Okay, well. That's going to be HP. She needs it more than anybody else. But yeah, I do remember that. That was the last time I stayed up on purpose. I have 10 tickets. Alright, let's try it. Didn't get anything, huh? I did get a Rose Whip. Let's see if that is better than the Hypno Whip. Oh, the Rose Whip can't equip with her. Well, screw that then. Okay. Before we go up, let's go down because you never can tell. There could be goodies down here. Still took a shot there, but that's okay. There's some goodies over there. This is a weird one. Okay, one's down. Alright, got 2 down. That's good. Ow! That was the wrong one. You should attack the other one. Ugh. Let's see what goodies we have up here. If we can get up there. But like I said, notice how everything is a lot tougher here. Not really the order I wanted to go in there, but that's okay. I messed that up. Got 2 of them down, that's good. Go. Go at that. A rapier. I don't think the rapier is worth a whole lot. Hey, all right. I'm just looking for goodies, so looks like I'm off my rocker, because I am off my rocker. what? Let's do it like this. Enigma, and then you can attack that one. Yep. Down they go. Everything is... It's hitting a lot harder here, so if we look at our guys and gal, still quite a ways from leveling up. The levels up in this so far in this game have not come nearly as fast as they did in Dragon Quest XI. Why you would attack the one that attacked? That's so weird. Oh, wrong. That was wrong. At least we got that one down. Down they go, baby. Okay. Oh, these are new. Okay. It's a tulip on Chewsday. Oh, don't hallucinate, Enigma. Doesn't matter. He got it. Nice. That'll work. Don't see any goodies anywhere. Oh, this is new. Okay, first of all, you're attacking that, and that, and that. Good. Not good. Really not good. That's good. And then, of course, Enigma falls asleep because he's tired. Enigma's been through a lot. Let's be honest here. He's a tired guy. He needs his rest. He needs a nap. Who said Sarah Silverman is hot? I've never thought she was hot. I mean, I'm not one to question anyone's kink shame. Anyone's got their preferences, but... I mean, everyone's got their itches they need to scratch, but I've never been a Sarah Silverman fan that way. I've seen her be funny, yet I think she goes out of her way to not be funny. Of course he is. How much money did he make off the last one?
How about you?
He loves Deadpool, so... Oh, there's a goodie right there. I can see it. Seed of Strength, Pouch of Musk, and a Boomerang. Why? I want to know who puts that shit there, because it's like, why would you put a boomerang? That's just weird. Seed of Strength, we want to give that to him, so he continues to do massive damage. Of course, Enigma's hallucinating. Wouldn't surprise me though. I mean, Deadpool is a bankable star, a bankable brand now, especially after Deadpool and Wolverine. Of course, there's always contradicting things coming out of all the camps on this. Is that Ryan Reynolds has said he can't, if they put Deadpool in an X-Men movie, it'll destroy Deadpool, which I agree with actually. But they keep saying he's going to be in the Avengers movies it's coming up, and I would. Is he really? Ooh, pots. We got to go over there and get those pots. Let's open up this chest first. Dragon scale, it's good for defense. What the hell is this shit? Okay, this might be a bad idea. Let's see. Good. Bad idea. Remaking The Exorcist is not a bad idea. Let's go look in those pots. Yeah, Diane Lane's not a bad actress. It's just that the Exorcist remake is a bad idea. I have really no desire for them. Yeah. But they keep remaking other horror movies. They've remade, what, Friday the 13th? They've remade Nightmare on Elm Street. They've remade Child's Play. I don't know if they've done... I mean, they're working on another Hellraiser. They're trying to cash in everything that they can, but... Did they remake Leprechaun? I mean, Warwick Davis was basically... That was all him, but... Nice shot there. They rebooted it. Okay, so they cast him again. Probably because Peter Dinklage wasn't... Oh, they didn't cast him again. Okay. I was like, was Peter Dinklage not available? Oh, I didn't mean to jump off there. Oh, well. Peter Dinklage is the Leprechaun. Boy, that would piss him off. That's why I'd cast him so much more. Oh, Hornswoggle. They cast Hornswoggle. Okay. I think his name is Dylan. I think it's his real name. Dylan something or another. He's a funny dude. I heard a funny story about him. About Hornswoggles. He was in WWE, and they were doing a bit where Hornswoggle was in character was supposed to get drunk off of beer. So they kept giving him beers, and he wasn't supposed to drink them, but he kept drinking the beers. And eventually, he got shit-faced. And the producer goes over to him, Bruce Pritchard, and it's like, you know, Dylan, what the hell's wrong with you? And he's upset. Yes, he would. Hornswoggle was like really upset, and they're like, because Bruce is getting on to him, and he's like, well, what's wrong, Dylan? What's the matter? And he goes, don't tell the Undertaker. He was so upset that Undertaker would be mad at him. So Undertaker just found out, and he just shook his head at Hornswoggle, and it just scared the shit out of him. I wouldn't say that. Dinklage is a great actor. I'm not poo-pooing his acting ability at all. He's been in some good movies. He was in Days of Future Past, for Christ's sake. Did I see that barrel? Did I not get that barrel? It's not great. Pixels is not great. But he was in X-Men Days of Future Past, which is great. And he was in the Chronicles of Narnia, the first one of those. Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Ooh, got all of them. Hey. Levels up from your friend. Resilience doesn't go up any, though. I wonder why that is. Seed of Luck. It's a good thing I came back. Ah! Eyeball. Let that luck go up so we can get crits. It's true. Well, Warwick Davis is not a dick, first of all. I mean, a lot of people love Warwick Davis because he's not an asshole. And Peter Dinklage comes off as a very big asshole. To be fair, Davis has had a lot of roles people know him from, but I don't know if a lot of people who know who Warwick Davis is. They just know, oh, that's Wicket. You know, I don't think that's a problem with the system, quite frankly, for not properly recognizing him like they should. But again, Warwick Davis is not perfect. He liked the Willow TV series that they did, so, which was not a piece of shit. It was a whole shit. That's how bad that show was. That show's so bad that it's memory hold. You can't watch it anymore unless you sail the 7 seas. Yeah, crappy writing, but he's still. Granted, there's not a lot of actors who come out and say, "Hey, this shit sucks." I mean, Denzel does it, but not a lot of actors come out and say, "You know, my movie that I was just in, my TV show I was just in, sucks ass. Don't go see it." But Warwick Davis still defends that Willow TV series. He still wants to make another one. So and it's like, I hate to tell you this, Willow, but it ain't gonna happen. You got a lot of money. He's been in a lot of legacy stuff. That's the thing. He probably still gets a nice little paycheck from Lucasfilm every quarter. That's interesting. What is that for? Oh yeah, I give that to him. He probably still gets a nice little check from Lucasfilm, is my point. I don't know if he makes serious bank like he used to, but he probably still gets a nice little bump here, you know, from them. Gotta call for help. He's 55. I'm 50, so do I have time? God, I can't feel it. It still amazes me that I'm 50 years old. I'm dead serious when I say this, and I'm not trying to sound macabre about it. I never thought as a kid I would make it past 40 years old. I thought if I made it to 40, I would be like ancient when I was a kid, and now I'm 50. Go figure. Okay, gotta be careful here. You can fall off. I've done that earlier, so we gotta be careful. Anything down here? Yep, treasure chest. Black pajamas. Oh, cool. Better than iron armor. Okay. Black pajamas. I never watched that show. But we got to remember, I'm not exactly. I mean, I know, and I know it's not probably scripted. It's probably a reality TV show. There's a lot of shows that come on that I don't watch. Love to level up. Nothing here. Okay. There's a barrel up there. What do you got in our barrel? And I see a pot over there too. Seed of Strength. Well, I know where that's going to go. And in the pot... There really isn't anything good on. Cooking shows, reality TV, and game shows, basically, is what the kind of stuff that I watch. I know a lot of people complain that, like, Masked Singer's crap, and it kind of is, but it's actually somewhat entertaining, so we'll watch... Desi and I watch that. I think Wildcard Kitchen comes on tonight. We'll watch that. Just not a lot of stuff that we particularly care to see.
It would seem we can climb no higher. Then this is from whence we must needs throw ourselves to fly down to the far shore.
'Tis but the shortest of drops. Purely out of interest, what do you suppose would become of us should the windbreaker fail?
Well, if we landed in the sea, we would prove a nutritious meal for the beast below, or drown, or if we landed headlong on the rocks.
Oh yeah, I agree.
But please say no more. You've painted the picture quite well enough. Oh, what say you, cuz? Are we going to do this? Oh, goddess. If we are really to do this, pray give me a moment to settle my stomach.
Come, tie the windbreaker around you, cousin. We will hold on to you tightly and place our lives in your hands.
We will? But my moment... My stomach...
Yeah, sucks we lost Alice Trebek.
I fear we have scant moments to spare. Time waits for no man, and neither does the High Priest, Hargon.
Whilst I am aware of this, I fear my body is not.
It's not.
Do not let go.
Effa.
This is actually happening. Now I am bearing witness to my all too brief life.
Come, let us take flight. Be as the wind.
Ah! We're flying! We're actually flying!
That we are, and it is marvelous.
Actually, you know the funny thing, Alucard? Oh, is that a... What's... Desi and I... Is this... North, okay. I just need to make sure. I just want to see if there's anything in here to loot. Desi and I... Desi likes watching American Idol, at least the auditions, so... we started watching the American Idol last night, the new season. And before that, you know, when you're doing it on DVR, you get a couple minutes of the show that was on before it, which was Wheel of Fortune. And looking at Ryan Seacrest stand next to Vanna White did not look natural. It's like, I don't like this. This doesn't look right to me. I was actually kind of more shocked that Pat Sajak left. You know what I mean? Just felt like one of those things that he was always going to be there. I mean, he's still there. He's still a producer on Wheel, but he's, you know, a consultant, I guess. But he's not hosting, and it just kind of is like, it just doesn't look right to me. Yeah, he's still there, but it's not. He's not hosting anymore. Yeah, there's some goodies. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for goodies. I think the most dramatic thing about Drew Carey replacing Bob Barker was his weight loss. Yeah. I was like, I remember watching him. I was flipping through the channels one day, and I saw him when he was hosting, and it was like, okay, he looks like Drew Carey. And it was like a season later, he looked like one of those mannequins that I'm fighting right now. It was like, what the hell happened to Drew Carey? He's half the man he used to be. That's true. Jonah Hill lost a whole ton of weight. That's for damn sure. And Penn Jillette lost a whole ton of weight. John Goodman. John Goodman looks horrible. Billy Gardell doesn't look great. Yeah, John Goodman looks horrible. John Goodman and Billy Gardell look really bad. There's a little goodie up there I saw. Let's go get that. But that's at like Ozempic kind of weight loss, right? That's where they take the shot. And they eat better, you know, and they train and go to the gym. I'm sure they have people that can afford it. There are people that can afford it, but they have the neck that looks just completely unnatural. Looks like someone just stuck a needle into their neck and just pulled everything out of it. But Drew Carey at least still, he doesn't look like Drew Carey anymore, but at least his weight loss, he looks natural, you know, he looks normal as compared to, like I said, John Goodman and you know, Billy Gardell. They don't look natural. They don't look great. They're probably a lot healthier, but they don't look like they are. Missed one. Great. No. No. I got stuff to sell when we get to that town. Oh, they're gonna... I don't like this.
I must focus.
Kill! Take heart!
Keep taking all of his magic away from him. Anything there? No. Okay. Okay, alright, that's enough of that shit. Or not. But at least we are doing well as far as experience goes. We're staying on top of experience. We're staying on top of our gear. Let's see what they have here as far as gear goes. Best SNES game, my opinion, Final Fantasy VI. There's Chrono Trigger. There's Super Metroid. There's a lot of games out there that are really, really, really good on the SNES. Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time is probably the best beat 'em up ever. Knuckle Dusters. We'll have to grind here because there's some good stuff. Yeah, it's hard to name just one. But I definitely would look at any of the SNES Super Mario World, of course, excellent. There's a lot of good shit. Are we talking SNES or Famicom, Alucard? Because there's only 2 Final Fantasies that are numbered on the SNES. Mystic Quest is... I think Mystic Quest gets a bad rap, but it's... it's definitely not... I wouldn't say it's one of the best. Cloak of Concealment versus Plate Armor. Five isn't the SNES. It wasn't on the SNES. It was on the Famicom. That's where that's where there's going to be some sort of interesting kind of, hey, wait a minute, because technically that was only on the Super Famicom. But I would put 5 if we're talking about 16-bit. I'm right every once in a while. But I think that Mystic Quest kind of gets a bad rap sometimes, but I get it. Yeah, Super Famicom for that. Okay, so the light shields, we need 40... Oh, and a steel helmet, too. 2 steel helmets. Okay, we're going to grind here because we need some money. Why are the 2 item shops? Well, that was back when Square only brought over the absolute tippity top of what they had. They didn't they didn't have the presence over here, so everything that they brought over here was their tippity top. They didn't... Bronze knife. They didn't bring over a lot of the garbage that... Because Square is no different than anybody else. In Japan, they have just as much garbage as they do good stuff. Yeah, Mario RPG, excellent. Chrono Trigger, again. Definitely on the list. A Link to the Past. There's a pot. Oomph powder. Illusion of Gaia is excellent. Yeah, there was Breath of Fire 1, Breath of Fire 2, UN Squadron. I tell you right now, the SNES version of UN Squadron is excellent. Very, very good game. We're gonna have to stay at the inn. I mean, if you could also get into some of the other stuff. You know, Zombies Ate My Neighbors was really fun. No joke, SNES has an excellent library. Rock and Roll Racing. You're going back to the original Blizzard shit. Clay Fighter, Street Fighter 2. There was good stuff. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3. There was good stuff. It was the SNES is a great library. That's what makes it hard to break it down just to one game, because there's just so much good stuff. That's why I didn't replace her whip, for that very reason right there. Oh, I forgot about Super Punch-Out. I love Super Punch-Out. That's a great game. That's what I'm saying. You can't just... sometimes when you're breaking something down like that, you have to really look at everything. One of these days I'll have to stream some Punch-Out. But Super Punch-Out, top-notch game. Did you? Wow, you're better than you're better than I am. That's for damn sure. Hey, Grizzled! Ah, don't put anybody to sleep. Here we go, baby. We did it! Need more coins, though. 34 coins is not a lot. He had the eye of the tiger, the fear of the fire, rising up to the challenge of our rivals. I'm going to sound like a complete oddball here, but I was never a huge Kirby fan. I did stream the one they put on the Forgotten World or something like that, and that was a fun game. But I was never a huge Kirby guy. Level up. Level up. I like the levels up. I like the high ones. Earthbound's an acquired taste. Definitely an acquired taste on Earthbound. Not that it's bad, it's just that people who play Earthbound... Earthbound is strange. It's not like any... You can't really explain Earthbound to somebody because of how different of a game it is. Nice. I mentioned Super Metroid from the start. Super Metroid is probably the most maybe not the most, but one of the most influential games ever made. Super Metroid is peak Metroid. Like I don't think, and I'm trying to think here off the top of my head. I can't think of a better Metroid game than Super Metroid. Fusion is close, but Super Metroid is a top-notch game. One of the best games ever made. Like, just pure amazingness is Super Metroid. Finding a game better, finding a game like Super Metroid that's like once in a generation. You just don't see games like that. Turtles in Time is the best beat 'em up ever made. Period. End of list. I can play Turtles in Time right now and have a ball playing it. Mega Man X is good. Super Castlevania 4. That's why I say you can't. It's very difficult just to narrow it down to just one game. Yeah. That is not surprising to me. That might be the least controversial thing I've ever heard you say, Alucard. That you religiously play Castlevania 4. In other words, in other news, the Pope is Catholic. And yes, bears do shit in the woods. And Alucard likes to play Castlevania, in case you haven't noticed. Yeah, you don't say. Yeah, you could. The nice thing about Castlevania 4, quite frankly, is it's hard, but it's not as relentless as 3 or even 1, where as far as difficulty goes. It actually has a curve to it where you're trying, you know, where the game gets more difficult as you progress. It's not that kind of game that punches you in the mouth from the very start and then continues to punch you in the mouth and then asks you why. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. You know, it's not like that. God, I hope I really want them to if they do, I'm dead serious. If they do a remaster of Chrono Trigger on modern consoles, I will stream it. I guarantee you I will stream it. Because it's that good of a game, and it needs to be played and experienced. Okay. Thank God. I thought I was going to die there. Just the SNES is just full of great games. SNES is as much as I'm an '80s brat, '90s gaming is pretty much peak gaming. Yeah, same. I said we're lucky, not lucky. I mean, I won't say lucky, but it's. Oh, these are different. It's just, but it's also when things started to turn. The mid '90s are when things got a little too corporatized, and Sony came in and waved their wand of money in front of everybody, and unfortunately, it's not been. The best experience for gamers, quite frankly. Good. Yeah, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Not nearly as nuts as some of the other shit that's out there. ActRaiser 1. ActRaiser 2 took all the sim stuff out of it. So I'd say ActRaiser 1. That was Enix. You know what really kind of makes me wonder is why didn't we see more Enix? Why didn't we see Dragon Quest on Super Nintendo? That's what I don't understand. All the stuff we got from Enix on the SNES, and Dragon Quest was not one of them. Don't understand. Look at some of the stuff they released over here, though, Alucard. That's the thing. They didn't think Dragon Quest was fine, but RoboQuest they did. They're gonna try to tell me that RoboQuest or Robotech or whatever the hell that game was, the robot building RPG would have sold better than Dragon Quest 5 or 6? No, I don't think so. Especially since it was already an established brand. Dragon Warrior was already an established brand here. I know they had Eggheads in charge of it. Well, I'm just wondering why. That's all. I would love to see what they were thinking about sales-wise. Because Robo Trek or whatever it was, It was an odd game. Wing Commander 3, 4, and Legacy, I would take. Wing Commander 3, the first time I saw Wing Commander 3 was on the Panasonic 3DO, quite honestly, and I was blown away. I had never seen anything like it. And hell, I haven't seen anything like it since. There has... Vengeance. Which one was Vengeance? There was Heart of the Tiger, and then there was The Price of Freedom. Wing Commander 3, Heart of the Tiger, then 4 was The Price of Freedom. Then they did Legacy, which is the one where they kind of tried to... They replaced Mark Hamill. He was still in it, but he was not the main character. Did they do one after that? I don't remember Vengeance. Wing Commander's another one of those EA games that's sitting in there. Oh, that's 2. Okay, Wing Commander 2. Yeah. Wing Commander was one of those series that is now sitting in the vaults of Electronic Arts that we'll probably never see again, quite honestly. Which sucks, but EA did with it what they usually do, which is it became a big deal, got turned into a movie, and the movie sucked ass, and then they shelved it. And it's exactly what happened. But honestly, that's, if you watch the Wing Commander movie, it has about as much to do with Wing Commander as Dragon Quest does, quite honestly. It had nothing to do with Wing Commander. Colony Wars. Colony Wars wasn't bad. It just didn't have that. Colony Wars was basically them trying to copy the Wing Commander thing. Wing Commander was very popular. Very popular. And God, can you? I don't even think you can get them on Steam right now because they're EA. So I think you can only get them on EA Origin or whatever the hell the EA's streaming service is. But anyone who wants to play some really good space simulators, space flight simulators with fighting and with great storytelling. Hard to beat Wing Commander 3 and 4, and honestly. Plus, Wing Commander 3 had a porn star in it, so if you were looking for a looking for that, you know. Now people are looking like, is there a porn star in Wing Commander 3? Yeah, there definitely was. She was the mechanic, the spunky little mechanic. I can hear people typing. Does Enigma know what he's talking about? Yeah, I do. Not that I'm an expert on adult entertainment, but I damn sure I damn sure play Wing Commander. Oh, look at it's the money grind right now, because we're not getting a lot of money here. We're getting a lot of XP, but money-wise, it's hard trekking here. Pardon me. At least we're leveling up, though. Miscellaneous. How about you? think we are close to having enough money for a new helmet. Oh, this is going to be an odd one. Okay, that one I think needs to go down. You hit that one, and you hit those two.
How about you?
2009. That was Xbox 360, PS3. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad that year. Sucks. Oh, Arkham Asylum is definitely one of the best games ever made. Borderlands was a jumping off point. I do love me some Borderlands. Although 2 is the peak of that one. I'd say it was pretty good in 2009. That's a very underrated game, Evo was. Yeah, I agree. Okay, that worked out. That worked out. Alright, that worked out. Glad he leveled up, and that way I don't have to worry about his magic running out. Actually, let's do it like this. Either way, it's going to be more than 2 rounds, so. I wish I had a copy of it. My SNES library is actually really lacking because I sold a lot of it during my time period building up my PlayStation 1 library, which is also... I didn't have a lot of money. So I sold a lot of stuff back to stores. I wish I wouldn't have done it. Like, I don't have a copy of Ninja Turtles 4. I wish I did. My copy of Mario RPG I sold. My copy of Earthbound I sold. I wish I'd held on to all that shit.
How about you? How about you?
I love it when Sony sends me emails like, "Hey, look what's happened. Look at what's on PlayStation Plus. Resident Evil 8 Village." Yeah, no shit. If you know anything about my library, you'd see I already have that game and already played the hell out of it. Golly, come on. Okay. Alright, that worked out. Oh, that was a waste of magic, right? Oh well. At least we're getting good XP from doing all this and leveling up. Yeah, I read that last night. That's 20 years since Dirge of Cerberus. Funny thing about Dirge of Cerberus. Funny story about Dirge of Cerberus. If I've not told you guys this, I played through that entire game. Wait a minute. 64, 151. That's actually better. I have a lot to do here. I played through Dirge of Cerberus without knowing you could upgrade your gun's damage. So I beat that entire game without upgrading the gun one time. I was doing one damage, one damage, one damage. I'm going, this can't be right. And it wasn't. But that was me. It was more of attrition, quite frankly. War of attrition. I was very frustrated with that game, only to find out after the fact that you could upgrade your gun. But that's some shit that some Japanese guy would do. Oh, I'm fighting the final boss, and I'm sitting there going, one damage, one damage, one damage, one damage. Why am I only doing one damage? Where's the... Do I get other guns? And it's like, no, you don't get other guns. You upgrade the one that you have. The Cerberus. I was frustrated, to say the least. Imagine the look on your face. Yeah, my face was... That's another one of those games. If they remastered it and brought it out for regular consoles and made it affordable, I'd probably get it and stream it just so I could actually play it the way it was supposed to be played. Yes, he is. I saw it. I think did I retweet his him being on? I don't remember, but I saw he was on. Tomby's good people. Love Tomby. $117 experience points. I will go. Come on, baby. We're about what a little over a month from Resident Evil 9. I plan on streaming that when it comes out. I have 2 new games that I'm planning on streaming, and it's going to be Dragon Quest VII Remake next week. I plan on streaming that when it comes out, and I plan on Resident Evil 9. I plan on doing both of those. Scary is good. The only thing is that, like, when I played the Village, the scariest part of Resident Evil Village is also, it's very paint by numbers, where once you've beat it, you know how to do it, and it's easy, and it's not as scary again, but boy, was it creepy and scary the first time I played it. Oh my god, with that baby. That creepy-ass frickin' baby. Yeah, but I don't want him to do it where it makes the game a one-time playthrough. See, there's a game called D that came out back in the 90s, and it got a lot of hype behind it, and very, very hyped up game. The problem is with it, and while it's fun to play, it's a one-time playthrough because it's a logic puzzle game. Once you've beaten the game, there's really no reason to go back and do it again because all the puzzles are completed the exact same way. And I don't want that to happen to Resident Evil 9. Okay, we got enough for one of those Hermes hats, so let's go grab that. Yeah, there's no replay value. There's no it's you just. I was looking to see if I had a copy of it. I don't think I do. It's one of those games that once you do it, there's no reason to ever do it again. And I think they even did a sequel to it, but it's just. It's not that it's a bad game. It's fine, but it's just so. You know, you've seen it before. Sell that rune staff. There we are. That'll make it a little easier. I shouldn't have bought the rune staff to begin with. Myst is exactly the same way. And my dad loves games like that. Like there's always like an oddball, like odd thing out. My dad can play Myst right now, even though he knows how all the puzzles are done, you know, all that stuff. But he loves it. And for me, it's just like I can't do that. And they used to do a lot of those games. The Seventh Guest. I remember the Seventh Guest was one of those too. Hyped up. Seventh Guest was so hyped up. And for the graphics and all that. And then when you played it, it was like it's a logic puzzle game. Once you complete it, there's no reason to ever play it again. Point and click. Well, just logic puzzle overall, quite honestly. Point and click is fine, but, you know, Diablo, technically, the original Diablo is a point and click game. You shoot Larry. He'll be back in Avengers Doomsday. Gotta love you some Leisure Suit Larry, man. Yeah, Maniac Mansion. Maniac Mansion's a classic game, but it is a logic puzzle game. Once you beat it, you've beaten it, and it's just difficult to go back and play a lot of those. That was peak LucasArts. LucasArts was known for two things. They were known for Star Wars games, and they were known for having very lighthearted, creative style games outside of that. Monkey Island, Grim Fandango, Maniac Mansion, Zombies Ate My Neighbors. They were well known for a lot of that stuff. Yeah, that's they did a lot of that of fun stuff that was very creative, and they could afford to do that stuff because they made so much money off of Star Wars games. Might have to take a quick little bio break here. And I can do that because I have a wireless controller in my hand, so... Main character's gonna level again. Enigma's gonna level soon. Alright, I'm gonna take a bio break while I play this. see the screen. Oh my god, to pee. Sometimes your body just goes, yeah, you gotta pee. And so that's what I did. Yeah, that's the way gaming used to work, though. And Lucasfilm did it just like anybody else, is that they would make money off of their bread and butter, and then they'd turn around and make other games based off of the profits they would make off of those games. So it made complete sense the way Lucasfilm used to do their business, or LucasArts, I should say. These days, it's hard to say. They don't... a lot of companies these days kind of make their money differently, I guess, is the best way to put it. And, you know, it's... I've said it a million times about how these days you see, like, your John Madden football and shit like that, and... they're using the profits they make off of this year's to start next year's, to make next year's. And it comes down to the reasoning being that they make... Here we go, level up. They basically... Hatchet Man. They... things are so expensive for them to make now. Oh, MP. Okay. There's nothing on the bone for them, basically, because the games are so expensive to make. Okay, got that one down. She missed every one of them. What the hell, dude? One runs away and the other one calls for backup. That's funny. She leveled up. He's still 1,500 away. See that how they've all caught up now in levels, though. I didn't think they'd all catch up, but they did. Okay. Let's see what this says. Oh, good. Doctor, when I got my blood tested, for those who are like, what's going on? I got my blood tested on Saturday because I have high cholesterol, but I also got my calcium and such tested, and because that's what she ordered, and that came back normal. My cholesterol is still high, but not as high. It's coming down. And it's probably going to come down even more now that I'm curbing my bourbon consumption. I'll still drink it when Desi's out of town and we do bonus streams, but I've been trying to not drink as much. Okay. Almost got enough for the next Terramy's helmet, and it looks like Caradoc is going to be the next one to level up. 36. Yeah. A couple more fights, we'll have enough for that second Hermes helm. That'll be a lion's share of the stuff here. But this kind of stuff is important, guys, just simply because it's going to get us up in level. We have to stay on top of gear and levels. Because, as I was saying, and I've been saying, this game is was notorious in the original version for its difficulty. And if we're not careful, I think we're going to get bum rushed. So... That should be enough for another helmet. Yes. Just barely, but it is. Hat. The top hat's worth. Alright. Now our next one we're gonna have to get here. Bronze knife, sell that. A steel helmet for the main character 2200, so that'll be next. But it's important. It's important to stay on top of this stuff. You can't just assume. You can't. I don't like going with the flow and just assuming that the game is going to take pity on you, especially considering the notoriousness of this game. Shit. That was wrong. Really wrong. Go. And something else that they did, it said each party member. I'm so glad they do that in this game, where they tell you that each party member gets X amount. This was a complaint for mine with RPGs for years. Back before this time period, you would play a game like this where you had multiple party members, and it would say, you got 1,000 experience points, and you go, oh boy, 1,000 experience points. But then they would divide it up depending on how many party members you have without really telling you. Doesn't matter. I should have healed. He's not ready yet. Oh, everyone needs healing. There we go. Yeah, Cardoc's gonna level here pretty soon. Mm-hmm. 966. There we go. What if I go up north, if it'll be... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Let's play a little game. We haven't explored this tower yet. Now that he's leveled up, should be okay for that. Okay. And there's 2 stairways up. And of course I went the wrong way for both of them. I don't know if there's anything up here or not, but we're going to find out. The 10-ton toupee, I remember that. A lot of tropes in Dragon Quest. Oh, okay. This might be better for us to fight stronger enemies. Let's see. One down. I didn't even... I forgot to look at the money on that one. This might be a better place for us to get money, though, so we'll see. Why not? Get items like that. It's automatically better. Excellent.
Have at you.
Go. How much money did we get for that? Is that better? Yeah, 54 coins is better than the 24 we were getting out there, so... Better place to get stuff. So we'll continue our... We'll look around here to see if there's anything, you know, loot this place and get it going, and then we'll go from there. What is that? Okay.
Have at you.
They're defeated. We did it. Yes. Another strength ring. Seed of strength. Equipment. Full moon ring. I don't know. Not any better than what we have. And we're not here to really, I'm not here to really worry about climbing this tower. I'm here more for the grind, but we are still looking for stuff. Oh, there's a treasure chest over there. Sucks. Don't run away. That's gonna make it harder for me to level. Black bandana. Another full moon ring. Nice. This is probably the right way, which means this is the wrong way. Yeah, I don't want to go all the way back. Anything here? No. Nothing. Ow! Go. Good, good, good. Got that. Now watch me not remember which ones I've gone up and down. Actually, this is the wrong way. This is a motley crew. I think it's 2 shots. Gotta take them out first then. One 40. I went up that one, I remember, so let's go up this one instead. A robe of serenity. Bet your ass. nothing else here, huh? Okay.
How about you?
Let's see if there's a vampire cat's run away. I hope not. Yeah, cast it all you want. Don't really care. You wasted your attacks,
How
so...
about you?
That's an interesting... Can I fall down from here? Or is there a... No? Okay, well. I got lucky there. It is Taco it's Taco is it Choco Tuesday? How would they say it in the UK? Ask Tomby how they say taco over there in Cockney Britain. I would make tacos, but I just made tacos. I need to think what I'm going to make for dinner tonight.
Taco, taco, burrito. Taco, taco, brio, brio, taco. Get the taco flavored kisses.
Nope, I didn't mean to fall. It's okay. They don't like this how we say aluminum. How do they say it? Microwave tea. They don't like microwave tea? I mean, I don't microwave my tea either, but... pardon me. That skeleton right away, little bastard. I don't like the way they say schedule. So there. We're separated by a common language. I want to hear what Tomby sounds like when he moves to Tennessee. After he's in Tennessee for about 2 or 3 years, that accent's gonna go away. Hey, if that's what you gotta do, you gotta do. $36 coins. That's brutal. The coins. My old job, we had a Keurig, so I was able to, you know, I'd take in, or I'd get tea to make that way.
How about you?
Mm, 60 coins. Almost got enough for that helmet. Yep, that's true. That's why I say Tomby's going to lose that English accent. He'll probably still always have it, but it'll be a little different when he gets to Tennessee and he's around the people out there in Appalachia, and they got that southern accent there. And depends on what part of Tennessee. Tennessee's a long state, so the southern accents are not all created equally. You got your Georgia accent, you got your Texas accent, then you get down to the deep south. You get your Alabama and your Mississippi, and those are I might need a translator for this. And then you get to Louisiana, and Louisiana is its own thing because Cajun accents they're something else. Cajuns are definitely something else. You just don't know if you've never met someone that's Cajun before. I wish I could be more profound about it, but it's just you have all southern accents are kind of different, and then you get to Louisiana where Louisiana is, if you're from anywhere north of Shreveport, you're considered a Yankee as far as they're concerned. Okay, so if you think you're a southerner and you are from Little Rock, Arkansas, that's not southern enough for the fine folks in Louisiana. And not only do they have the accent, they have their own dialect, because Louisiana, particularly the New Orleans area, historically is a very interesting place to be, because it has the distinction of being French. The French settled Louisiana settled New Orleans and Louisiana when they explored here. They claimed the Mississippi River and all its tributaries and all that. It was all French. So Louisiana was basically French for a very long time. Then the Spanish kind of came in, and they had it for a little bit, and then the French were also primarily in Canada. And when they kicked out, when was it the English? I can't remember who took it over, but someone came in and took over Canada and kicked out all the French. They sailed down the Mississippi River down to New Orleans, and that's where they settled. So it's this melt. You want to talk about how America's a melting pot? Louisiana was a melting pot, a very big melting pot. I can't remember exactly how it was. I think it was the English who kicked the French out. The English and the French don't like each other. The English, the French, and the Spanish have always been at each other's throats historically. I think the English took over Canada and basically booted out the French. And it's just again, I could be wrong about it. It might be the Spanish. My brain isn't. All I know I can tell you is that it's the French, the Spanish, and the English all at one point or another had control of New Orleans, and that's why it's the melting pot that it is. Not just accent-wise, but also making up their own language, basically. Creole and Cajun. Creole is its own language, and it's also, you know, cooking-wise, which is why a lot of people love New Orleans so much in Louisiana, is because of the food there. They basically came up with a lot of really good stuff. They came out with a lot of really good stuff, and they, you know, crawfish boils and etouffee and jambalaya and po' boys and all, you know, shrimp and grits. That's all Louisiana stuff, guys. But that's you try to explain. Because I lived in New Orleans for about 2.5 years, or I lived outside of New Orleans, Slidell, Louisiana, actually. And I was treated very poorly there. I was in junior high, and they did not like me at all because I was a Yankee. I moved there from Pittsburgh, and they didn't want me there. The food is great. I cannot stress enough how excellent the food is in Louisiana. Now, of course, my amazing, loving, wonderful girlfriend, Desi Dish, cannot stand spicy food. And anytime you see Cajun on anything, she immediately, you can hear her go, because she's not about it. But Louisiana is a different place, guys. It's, you know, it's an alien planet compared to what you've probably seen in a lot of places. Everyone, a lot of places are proud of you know, who they are and their, oh good, level up, who they are and their heritage and all that. And believe me, there's nothing wrong with that. I am by no means poo-pooing that whatsoever. But I am telling you that Louisiana is a completely different level when it comes to pride in who they are and looking down their nose at everybody else, because they don't like Northerners. They don't, anyone who's outside of the borders of Louisiana, they don't like. And you have to You have to adapt to them. They don't have to adapt to you. Alright, let's see what else. We got the helmets. Light shield and white shield. Light shields are for them. White shield nobody wants. So I need 22,500 times 2 to get 2 white shields. Light shields, I should say. So we'll do that next. But they love it when you visit. So let's be clear about Louisiana. I don't want to make it sound like that no one should go there to visit. They love tourists. They love it when people come into town to experience the culture and the food. They love that. But they just don't love people staying there. They don't like that. So you can go visit New Orleans. They love it when you go to visit and give them money, but they don't want you to move in. Just how it works. Yeah, that's exactly correct, Grizzle. That's exactly how I felt living there. So 2,050 gold for our first shield. They're not a... And it's a weird... It's odd, too. I don't know if it's still like this, but when I lived there... now, we're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about New Orleans. One of the party cities of the world is New Orleans. You know, Las Vegas really is the party city. But New Orleans is definitely a party city. Can't buy alcohol on Sundays. You can't. When I lived there, you couldn't. Not. I was in junior high. I wasn't looking to buy alcohol. But you'd walk into the grocery store, and they would have a big iron. They had like a big cyclone fence up around the alcohol section, and they had it chained up. You couldn't even get in there on a Sunday, which is weird to me, considering it's a party area. But no alcohol. Mess that up. Let me go. How they do things there. 4 o'clock. I'm going to medicate the dog here in a second. So, give me 1 minute here. That's not what I wanted. We'll get our next fight here. All right, I'll be right back. You want a treat? Let's get a treat. No, I'm still playing. Hell, man. Fighting stuff and you run away. I can't make any money that way. I gotta make money so I can buy those shields. Stupid. Yeah, that's about right. Isn't it really creepy when they tell you, oh yeah, you take a left at the Taco Bell and a right at the Waffle House, or actually West Virginia, I don't know if they have Waffle Houses, but you know what I mean? It's just like you think they know exactly where you live. Now, I can tell you why that happens, Grizzled, is because here, like I live outside of Chicago, there's a lot here. It's almost impossible to keep up with everything. But West Virginia, there's not as much there. Come on, Whiskey, come on. Oh, you're going to stretch first? Go ahead, go big stretch. Come on. Come on. Or go up there. Whatever you want to do. Go on. Whatever you want to do. Don't you sneeze at me. Go ahead. You can come up here. You can go up there. It's up to you. No. Or you can drag your butt on the carpet. Whatever floats your boat. Whiskey. You can do whatever you want. I can promise you it's probably warmer up here next to me, though. Come on. You want to come up here? Come on. Come on, Whisk. Come on. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's a good boy. He was cute enough to get a treat today, another treat earlier today. That's right, channel mascot. He's right here. Let's see. That one, that one, that. Okay. There we go. For those who want to see the channel mascot, here he is. There's... oh, never mind. Camera's being a goofball. Hold on, hold on. Kind of aggravating. Where the hell is the camera? There we are. Hold on, hold on. Output, output. That's not what I wanted. I always mess this part up. Oh my god, what the heck happened here? Boy, that bugs me. Hold on, I'm getting the camera. Gotta figure out this camera thing. That's YouTube. That's that. What the hell happened with Meld? What? I wish I knew what the hell was going on here. Recording output, very high quality, clipping output, screenshots. Where is the camera? Let's stream chat. Not what I wanted. Try to figure this shit out, and it just completely buggers on you. There we go. Okay. Channel mascot. There he is. I figured it out. There's Whiskey. Hi, Whisk. Say hi to everybody. He's like, I don't care, Dad. He's like, I don't care. All right. Now that I got that crisis out of the way. Yes, it's him. And he heals himself. Whiskey really needs to get a haircut, but the problem is that at this time of year is not conducive for us to get his haircut. We would probably better off waiting another 3-4 weeks. That's right, no Mickey Mouse here. He might have got cute enough this afternoon when I was at lunch to get a treat. He might have gotten a snack while I was eating my my chili. Yeah, I can't get, we can't in good conscience get him clipped right now. It's just way too, he would be a pupsicle if that happened. Pupsicle. Pupsicle, get it? So we'll have to probably wait until, well, I mean, I live in the Midwest, guys, and I've been on record to say this before, and I'll say it again. The weather here in the Midwest of, you know, Chicago, January and February are terrible. The weather here is absolutely god-awful as far as temperature goes, and right now is no different. It's like 2 degrees outside or whatever it is. Getting him groomed right now would be a big mistake. Well, you can't freeze whiskey, at least not in a freezer, but he would not be a happy dog, I can tell you that. As much as he can't stand going to the groomer to begin with. Getting out of there, he would be even more miserable because of how cold it is outside. And considering how we need to make sure he goes outside to pee, if he poops inside, we have hardwood floors. It's not that big of a deal, but we damn sure don't want him peeing inside. So, got to take care of that. Yeah. So over the last week, he's pooped in the floor a couple of times, and it's like, what do we do? Get onto him because it's too freaking cold outside? Can't do that. He probably looked outside and saw the snow and said, F this, I'm pooping indoors. Yeah, I'm the same way, Grizzled. Since I found out about my cholesterol, I started walking. I was walking a lot in the late summer and fall, and there's a river, like, you know, a couple hundred feet from here. Actually, I say it's right down there. It's within walking distance, and I love going down to the river, but it's so cold outside I can't do it, and it's been that way for about a month and a half, and it's just been miserable. I was talking to a friend of mine today about it, and I was just like telling her how she's coming she's coming here to go to a wedding in March, and since we're friends, I was like, well, we should you know, go to dinner or something, and, you know, go to lunch. And she's like, yeah, it's a great idea. How should I dress? And I was like, you're coming in March? I don't know. And it's one of those things where it's just like you can't really predict it. It's just March is a complete wild card here. I've been at, let me put it like this. I've been at baseball games in April here in Chicago where it snowed. So I can't properly predict what's going to happen in March if we have Aprils like that here, and we do. Now, I'm guessing it'll be in the 40s, but it's hard to say. Because it's not pleasant. And I've known people over the years who prefer the weather up here because they like the cold, and it's just, and their excuse is, well, I could always put more layers on, I can't take more layers off, and I understand that mentality, but I have just, to me, the cold is just so miserable and so blah. You know what I mean? I just don't like the cold. Yeah, Desi and I are talking that when the time comes for retirement or whatever, we want to go down south. Just for the fact that if it snows, it won't snow a lot, and if it does snow, it'll be gone within 24 hours. Here, the snow here is going to stay, and there's nothing we can really do about it for probably the next 2 or 3 weeks. I'm with you, Grizzled, absolutely. When it snows down south, they have the good damn sense to stay indoors. Let's put it like that. If they get a dusting of snow, everything's canceled. No one goes to work. Everyone stays in. You know what I mean? It's just everything shuts down. Here, outside of Chicago, we could get a freaking foot of snow, and the companies I used to work for would be like, "You're still coming to work, right?" It's like, I can't even get out of my driveway, you freaking idiot.
How about you?
That's right. Good luck finding milk and bread at the supermarket if there's going to be a dusting of snow. There's 100 or some gold there for that. But I'd rather have that than what we have here, where it's just frickin' blizzard-like conditions. People are still out on the road. People still. The biggest problem with the weather here is we have two types of people here in the Midwest, in the Chicagoland area. Well, there actually is one type, and it's like they have no. They act like they've never seen any sort of precipitation whatsoever. Is the biggest problem, and I mean that in both the slow sense and the fast sense. Is that you could be driving down the road, and there's one guy who acts like that no matter what, he's going to be going, 88 miles an hour. He's got to get back to 1955 no matter what. So there could be a foot of snow on the ground. This guy's still peeling out like he's in a frickin' demolition derby. And then the other type is you'll get behind someone who sees that there's snow on the ground and 5 miles per hour is too fast. We need to slow down. You need to take it easy. And it's two types of the same coin, and I can't stand getting behind. I can't stand either one of them because the shithead who acts like that he has to be where he was supposed to be yesterday.
Surprise!
Oh,
I'm not dead!
Hey, Youngblood, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. How you been? That's all right, Whisk. You're all right. Whiskey's a good boy. Level up. Excellent. We'll hopefully we get enough for this this next shield, and then we can save it for the next shield. But I have a feeling the next shield's probably going to come tomorrow. But the levels up are good. So again, this is something that the JRPGs are built on this stuff, guys. Is you grinding and getting XP and getting money for better equipment. I'm doing all right. Thanks for coming in. What's that got? What's been going on, brother? Take him out. Group of enemies defeated. Hey, dude, real life always comes first. Don't have to apologize whatsoever. Life appears, and the same things happen with me, and happens with everybody. You got to take care of we get one life, and we got to take care of it. One life, one body. What do we got here? As long as you're safe and happy is all that really matters. Soldier attacks. Da 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 da. Safe is important, and becoming happy is also equally as important. I definitely hope that we're whatever's been going on, that you're licking it and you're going to be fine soon. Believe me, I understand. Last month and a half, I've had my issues. No, you should then. If you really, you like doing it, and that's what you should. Streaming is what kept me sane. I don't. Real life always takes priority. I had some health scares over the last month and a half or so, and were just recently cleared up. And streaming is what kept me sane, quite frankly. I was about to lose my damn mind, and thankfully I was able to get over it. But everyone deals with things differently, and as long as you're get yourself right, man. That's what matters. None of us are getting out of this place alive, so enjoy what you can while you can. Do what you can, take care of yourself, and extend that that HP bar for as long as you can. You have nothing to apologize about, Alucard. Nothing at all. I appreciate you being here, brother. You are going to attack that, you're going to attack that, you're going to attack that. Down they go! Vampire cat! Take down that vampire cat. We're gonna get that shield yet. We're almost there. 2050 for the first shield, 2050 for the second. But we'll get that shield, that first shield today, it looks like. We're gonna get our money's worth out of this game, I swear to God. You should always do what you enjoy and what makes you happy, what brings you joy. If you feel joy about it, other people feel joy about it, in my opinion. So if Minecraft's what makes you happy, brother, then stream Minecraft and talk to people and talk things up. You'll get back into the swing of things. Just remember joy. That's the important thing. Do what makes you happy. Play what makes you happy. Come on, we gotta get more gold here. We need more gold. Oop, nope, nope, nope.
Have at you.
Ah, Hawkman, please. I don't want anybody fleeing. I want to kill you, so you give me money.
At you.
Now, I guess some people like rage in streaming, I guess. But quite frankly, I'm of the ilk that I think that positivity brings more people to the yard than not. That being said, there are games that I've played where I've been like, no one's watching, I gotta turn this off. Like when I tried to stream Star Wars Outlaws. That was a mistake. Nice hit there. I have a feeling this is going to be a really good grind for us to get 2 or 3 levels out of this. So we're going to be well ahead of where we need to be. Not to mention the gear we're going to have is going to be at the top of the game for this. The top of where we are as far as the game goes. Miscellaneous. She's going to level up soon. Almost got enough for that shield. We might have enough for both shields before it's all said and done. I don't know. Depends on how we do this. Really? Missing? See, that's on you, Caradoc. You missed like a tool. Four years. Man, it's kind of hard to believe well, I have been doing it for a long time. Yeah, you've been here for a wee bit of time. That you have. A wee, not so wee, I'm friggin' huge. Almost got the money for that first shield. You know, with the way that she's... I mean, the whip is fine, but if stupid baboon. I should be casting spells with her, I think. Well, she doesn't have boom, does she? Boom is on the dude. She has bang. All enemies with a small explosion. We'll try it. We have enough for the first shield. Let's go get the first shield. And we're going to give her the first shield because she's the one that is the mage. But do 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 do. All right. Let's try it. No, that wasn't that strong. That's right. 30. It's the coin, the money is what's where the real grind is here. But that's fine. But she's going to need the shield more than he does because he's got a decent shield, but not the best shield. It's this shield. Yeah, see how that's going to be a bigger bump up for her than it is for him? So let's give her that shield. And then we'll sell that. That. Anything else to get rid of? Torch of Truth, cat suit, equipment bag, yeah, copper sword, black bandana. Get rid of that. And the copper sword. There we go. So we're about 1,000 coins away from completing what we're doing here. Really? Okay. Still can't believe the Steelers hired Mike McCarthy as their head coach. That is very interesting. Good boy. But yeah, the Steelers don't usually hire coaches that are 62 years old. They usually do the long game with their coaches. So I think that's an interesting hire. But I do think they're doing it for the short term. They offered McCarthy. McCarthy signed a 5-year deal. But I think they're doing it because they're looking for their next franchise quarterback, which is what they need to focus on. I did talk about that. I believe it was yesterday I talked about it. About how the Steelers basically were spoiled by Ben Roethlisberger. They drafted, the last time they had a losing season, they drafted Ben Roethlisberger, who's a Hall of Fame quarterback. And since he retired, they've not been replacing him. They've done everything they can. They've drafted a quarterback in the first round who was a piece of shit. They signed veteran quarterbacks off of free agency, which have had whatever. And McCarthy has a proven record of being a quarterback developer. So I do have a serious feeling that they are looking to either bring in a young free agent like Malik Willis, or draft a quarterback and or develop one of the ones they already have on the roster, like Will Howard, and see what they can do with them. I think the thing about Will Howard is that everybody says he's got a huge upside, but that he's got a lot of work that needs to be done. He's not very accurate, is what I heard. So, and if that's the case, you're in a lot of trouble with a quarterback. Now, initially, I had heard that they were trying to I didn't hear this, but they were looking to get a quarterback this year in the draft. But all the quarterbacks that were supposed to be coming out apparently aren't going out. So, like Arch Manning and those quarterbacks are staying in college, which would make 2027 the year, or sorry, yeah, 2027 the year to have all the draft capital. Now, to be fair to the Steelers, they could very well trade some draft capital this year for next year, which I would not be opposed to. The problem is that to get someone like Arch Manning, you're going to have to trade the house to get him. He's not... these quarterbacks that are at the top of the draft or at the top of the draft, or the teams are at the top of the draft drafting or are there for a reason. There's not many that have quarterbacks. So, we'll see how that turns out with the Steelers, but I do believe they signed McCarthy to groom is a bad word these days, to coach up a quarterback, to get a quarterback in and get him going. So I definitely hope that's their plan. And once McCarthy has done what he's done, because McCarthy is a Pittsburgh guy, by the way. He loves the Steelers. He absolutely loves the Steelers. So this is a dream come true for him to be coaching his hometown team. And it's also rumored that he and Aaron Rodgers might be friendly, and because they played together. You know, he coached Aaron Rodgers before, and it's very possible that he might come back to play for Mike McCarthy. I don't know. I like it. I like it. Keep summoning. Keep calling for help. Frankenhooker is, of course, because why wouldn't Frankenhooker come to 4K? That's fine. When's Transylvania 6 5000 coming out? That's what I want to know. I was telling Desi about that movie the other day, about Transylvania 6 5000, and she's like, "What is it?" And I was like, "It's kind of hard to explain what Transylvania 6 5000 is. It's a parody of a horror movie, but it's much more of a comedy than is a horror movie." Plus, if you like yourself some Gina Davis, top-heavy Gina Davis, Transylvania 6 5000 got you covered there. Jeff Goldblum, Ed Begley Jr., yeah, Gina Davis. Like I said, it's just a weird movie, and it's got it. It's something else. But it's not the kind of movie I would go and buy. It's not the kind. It's not that kind of movie. It's not like it's a classic. Let's sit down at Halloween and watch Transylvania 6 5000. Oh, Michael Richards, pre-Kramer. Michael Richards was in that too. Yes, Michael Richards also in UHF. And Airheads, yeah. How about once bitten? Yeah, there you go, Alucard. Once bitten. Jim Carrey, young Jim Carrey. Transylvania 65000 is hard to explain. It really is. Hard to explain to people what that actually is. Oh, Michael Richards. Michael Richards was Kramer in Seinfeld, and he had a falling out with being canceled because he decided to go up on stage at one of his comedy shows and say a specific word you're not supposed to use in polite company about that's racial, and he didn't just say it once. He said it over and over and over and over again. So he got canceled. Yeah. I mean, it's free speech. He didn't go. Everyone gets free speech wrong. Okay, this is what free speech is. Free speech is very, very simple. You can say whatever you want. Michael Richards can go up on stage or anybody else and repeat the N-word all day long, and he can't go to jail for it. But that doesn't mean he has that he has an automatic right for people to be hired by people. Yeah, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. But he's got the free speech means you can do what you want to, and the government can't jail you for it. So Michael Richards did not go to jail by going up on his comedy stage and saying the N-word a dozen times. He did not go to jail for it. The government can't do anything about that. But comedy clubs across the country probably can look at it and go, we don't want that guy on our stage. And that's what happened to him. And he was a big deal for a while because of Seinfeld. So he committed career seppuku. I'm not saying that he did a whole lot after Seinfeld that was real popular, because it was whatever. But he basically he killed his own career because of doing that. And again, you can say whatever you want and not go to jail for it, but that doesn't mean you have the right to everyone giving you money, you know. There are just specific words that you just shouldn't say and do, and on the surface, there's really nothing wrong with those words. When you look them up in the dictionary, it's just with the way that they're taken these days, you just shouldn't do it. It's just polite not to do it. There's a specific word that they use in England quite a bit that starts with a C and ends with a T. See you next Tuesday. And I've told Desi I would never use that word around her, and I don't. I don't say that word. And it's not because I think it's terrible or horrible or whatever. It's just that she didn't like that word. So if she doesn't like it, I don't use it. That's all there is to it. And it's just what polite people do. Group of enemies are defeated. Almost. We might get it enough here. Yeah, it's just respect. It's just respect and being polite. It's very Alucard. I put it like this. I've got an acquaintance who back before I met Desi, I had a thing for her. I had a thing for this young lady, and did I want to go out with her? I absolutely did. And she asked this question on Facebook once. It was, can men and women be friends without wanting to get it on? And I said, yeah, they can be friends without wanting to get it on. And even though I was, interested in her, it was still a polite thing to do, is to not act like I was trying to score with her every time I talked with her. And I said, yeah, guys and girls can be friends without wanting to do each other. And some guy came in to that post and was like, no, that's not true at all. Men and women are always blah, 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 blah. I was like, dude, what you're saying makes no sense. The truth of the matter is that, yes, men and women can be friends without wanting to have sex. Otherwise, I would be a dog just going around humping legs. And, of course, he had nothing to say about that, because you can't... You're a polite company, and you don't do things... You just don't say or do certain things because you can. There's polite society. Yeah, I don't know why either, Alucard. Something happened with millennials and Gen Zers where they have been brought up to believe that everything that they do and say is valid and correct and perfect and wonderful, and the rest of the society has to deal with them, but they don't have to deal with the rest of society. And there's no common decency or respect for anybody anymore. It's... Ah, you baboon. You most certainly can. I have friends for right now. I have friends, very close friends. I consider that I'm very close with that are women. I've got no problem with that, and never at all have I ever thought about, oh, what if happens if, no, I've never thought of that, because they're my friends. And I'm not looking, so, geez. There's more to life than who you want to have sex with. But in a factual sense, you have to have common courtesy and decency. It's turning on its head right now too, because being a gentleman is actually looked down upon by a lot of people. I said the other day, gosh, it was probably 2 or 3, 4 months ago on Twitter. Someone said, "Should a man pay on the first date?" And I said, I don't have a problem paying on the first date. It's just how I was brought up. You know, it's a gentlemanly thing to do. And the responses to it that I got, I had to mute the damn post. The responses I got to it were like I had taken someone's grandma out in the street and curb stomped him in front of them. They were people were so pissed off. It's like, well, what about these women that are like this, these women that are like that? And it's like, look, I can't control what other people are like. I can't control what a random person acts like on does outside of or whatever. I can't control anybody. I'm not that way. I can control how I am. So if I want to be a gentleman and I want to pay on a first date, or I want to hold a door open for a lady, or I want to walk on the side of the street, where I'm shielding her from whatever, that's my effing business. And am I telling you you have to do it? No. But that's the way I am, and that's the way I will always be. But something has happened in the last probably 20 years, 15, 20 years, where we have people that, because of society or whatever, or norms have changed. Yeah, exactly. You have a date, you don't like each other, you move on. You got a dinner out of it. Pardon me. You know, I just believe in giving people proper respect, and if they don't give any respect back to me, that says more about them than it says about me, as far as I'm concerned. I will sleep perfectly well at night, treating people with respect and having them be the ones who act a fool and not me. You know, you're not wrong, Alucard. You're not wrong. There are women out there that are like that. But I refuse to sit there and act like that because a lady has like an OnlyFans page that she doesn't deserve to be respected. You know, it's just whatever. That's right, Grizzled. That's exactly correct. She orders everything on the menu. I gotta go. But I'm not the type that's going to sit there and debate and worry about how I treat people when I treat people well and they turn around and they treat me poorly. That's on them. That's not on me. I won't feel bad about that. Of course, I also won't feel bad when karma comes around and bites him in the ass, too. We're going to get that second shield. That's good. Good timing. At some point, we completely, I don't know if when it was, I don't know exactly the tipping point was, but something happened where society has changed to where proper decency and respect is not, she's gonna blow, it is frowned upon, you know. Now, I will say that if you're with somebody, okay, and somebody is making a lot of money from, let's just say you're with an OnlyFans girl, right? You go take her out, you guys like each other, you start doing stuff, all that good stuff, and you start dating and you spend time together. If she's making serious bank off of OnlyFans and she still expects you to pay every time, then that's where I could understand people getting upset. But by no means am I going to change who I am and how I was brought up to placate some asshole online. Yeah, it is narcissism. I just couldn't imagine living my life as a narcissist. Not a narcissist at all. I don't even... I look at myself in the mirror and go, Christ, what the hell happened to you, man? We are set. Look at that. I do think I do think you're right though, Grizzled. It's narcissism. A lot of it is narcissism, which has not been helped by social media, who, you know, and the everybody wants to be. And here I am being ironic when I say this as someone who's trying to become a successful streamer, but social media wanting people. Everybody wants to be a social media influencer. Yeah, like Pokimane. Jesus Christ. If social media drama had a face, it would be Pokimane. That's for damn sure. It's about right. No, I'm not telling, and I don't tell anybody how to feel or how to vote or anything. I don't do that. You know what I do? I tell people to enjoy video games. And we talk about movies, and we talk about nostalgia and stuff that makes us all feel good. I couldn't care less about a lot of the shit that's going on with craziness like that. That is 1,000,000,000% correct, Grizzled. The 80s, I grew up in the 80s, you know, when I was a kid in the 80s. We never had near the shit that is going on right now. Nice. Or I'll write your name on my skin. That's always a good one, right? If you're a tier 3 sub, I'll write your name on my arm. Let's see. First of all, let's look at this. Oh, look at all the people. Too bad Tomby's not on Twitch, or I would raid him. That's right, Grizzled. If it's if they're gonna write it on their cleavage, we'll talk about it. That's horrible. Look at that. We managed to what level 22 now? Is that right? Yeah. That worked out. All right, let's mute this. Oh, whiskey's happy as a clam as it's going to be. And let's go here. So, guys, we have made it to the end of today's streams, okay? I want to thank everybody for being here. I do greatly appreciate it. That's right. We were the Beverly Hillbillies, Grizzled. Beverly Hillbillies. Filmed in front of a live studio audience. So tomorrow we're going to come back and play more Dragon Quest II. We've managed to get all the best weapons and armor we can get right now. We've managed to grind a little bit to get to level 22 for our main character. That's great. We're going to continue on with the story. And that'll be at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right. So hopefully you guys will join me for that. We'll continue that. Don't forget to check out. Or I'm sorry. Let's do good housekeeping. Follow me on Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and YouTube. Subscription on YouTube. If you're on Rumble, if you're on YouTube, smash the like, comment, let people know that I'm here. That would really help me grow. I'm never going to get any better if I don't get growth. And of course, if you're looking for some cool merchandise that would directly go to help me with this logo and such on it, go check out my Fourth Wall store. I've got hats, t-shirts, magnets, stickers, coffee mugs, rocks glasses, water bottles. I got all sorts of stuff there. If you want to see something with this logo on it, let me know, and I will definitely look into that. I'm looking to expand my product line. Of course, I'm also looking to get bigger and better, so whatever you guys can do to help me with that, I'd appreciate it. Yes, like, favorite, and subscribe. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to pick up right here where we're leaving off with Dragon Quest II HD Remake. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Love you guys. Love it. Feel like that we're slowly growing. At least in viewership, I'm growing. So hopefully that'll translate into follows and all that good stuff too. So I can make a little bit of cheddar on the other side. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you then.